Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail! Our summer vacation begins here! And with that, let's go ahead and get the MSQ started here, speaking to Ojika, a new world to explore. Welcome back, Prince. I've just had word from Erenville. Oh, here's my messages stacked up there. Anyway, it seems he's managed to secure passage to Tural aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. And that's the new quest start music. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. Hey, Brooks, and nice to see that. The only one yet to arrive is Erenville himself. There's Erenville and Wook Lamont. And I'm gonna see if I can turn this up just a bit. Let's see what that does. I'll make further adjustments as we go. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaners Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tural. There will be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Erenville. I doubt anyone expect we'd have a ship all to ourselves. Cryo, we should really speak to Tataru about that airship that the Scions have, Like, why did you have to go through all this, Erenville? They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tural, yes? Actually, I take that back. I still haven't completed Tataru's quest line for the post-Endwalker, so maybe something happened to it. We've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliolial is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawnservant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tural, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilsabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. As a reminder, I'm still on the fence on who I want to support in this contest. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Cryo? Yes, as far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawnservant. That's another thing. This game is called Dawntrail. Now, Usually already made reference to Final Fantasy IX being a key thing in this this one, potentially, especially with the Zidane minion. Plus, we know we've got a Final Fantasy XI connection coming up in the 24-man raid, but something that hasn't been mentioned yet that much could be a connection also to Final Fantasy V, specifically that in terms of the Dawn Warriors, or the Warriors of Dawn, depending upon your translation. So, we'll see. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Changed my mind? I still haven't agreed completely. The only appropriate answer here is I go wheresoever adventure is to be found. By the way, how do you like my outfit there? I put that one together for this adventure. That's what they tell me. Right then, if all are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Okay, so the game audio is actually kind of quiet. Or rather, during the cutscenes, it seems to be quiet still. But at least out here, it's doing a bit better. Let me see. Let me turn this down just a bit now. And then... system... I'll turn this up a bit. Let's see how that does. Also, apparently, Beast Gauge unlocked. But I don't see anything different about it here, if I'm being honest. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
So apparently there's been an update to this system. Yeah, so we can now advance just voice dialogue only here. So let's go for it.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Didn't somebody say that about the third?
Do not be so quick to relax.
About the after beating the Ensinger.
Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map, the vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
Nice to hear that there's an instrumental of this.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Kettenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat!
Now, I will say, fairly quickly on here, we are going to have to make a detour for some stuff that I want to take care of this morning here. But anyway, we are headed over to Tural. Unless we're going to run into another ghost ship, ghost graveyard again or something. Nah, it looks like fair skies so far.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can, then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions.
That's an interesting idea here. That they're stopping us early on here.
Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Alright, so let's see what we got here. LSA? I can feel my edge start to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? Weren't you the one that said that you were hoping for some personal development after getting back from the first? Deep breaths, deep breaths. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tural. Funjuntain's my name, the name. I was working at XIV's Aesthetics in Olda, you see, but my employment with them, came to an end. Don't tell me it was the monarchists again. That's why I visited Charlian in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawnservant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tural seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. I see you in Eorzea before. You great and famous hero. Yeah, I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. Okay, that's a nice way of taking care of how the Mamulja have been in the past. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Kettenram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Tural almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja's leader is said to have welcomed Kettenram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back: popotos, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Kettenram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. Okay. Alphino, I've been looking for you. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray there will be no need for it. Okay. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next in the Dawnservant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession. Your young Wuk-Lamat being one of them, of course. But from what a Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. I'd heard Ernville was looking for passage to Tural, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, we had just scheduled an expedition to Tural. Ah, even right now, they give you a way back to Old Charlian if you need to get off the boat. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Olda, specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, the Hetsaro, the Hrothgar, the Zbrawl. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases. But take care not to give offense. I believe I'm Zayla, if I remember correctly? Yeah, Zayla. Alright, Kryl. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Wuk-Lamat and Ernville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. A storm's brewing. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about Leviathan.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Viera live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Tural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Apparently they don't. Uh-oh, did we smash into another ghost graveyard?
Oh dear.
Or a ship graveyard?
This wind's too strong to take any sound! I'm going off the mast! We need help! Get in below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since.
I probably shouldn't have my hat on. I get the feeling it's gonna blow away.
Tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning.
Of course, I had to do the same thing when fighting Leviathan.
What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Voklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Hey, Reese, thanks for tuning in. And thank you so much for the compliment there.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Ship's captain could probably confirm.
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We'll see if that's a theme going forward.
we're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
They gotta get the trailer in.
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Ooh, starting off kind of jazzy here. Although that could be the time of day that's doing that. Yeah, Reese, I got lucky at just position 85 when the servers opened up. You gotta get in quick when the expansions start, that's for certain. I learned that a long time ago.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawnservant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
You know, it hadn't even occurred to me that she wasn't telling the
need
truth.
to bow and scrape.
Or that she might have not been telling
That
the
our
truth.
soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
I love the design of this place. Alright, so... Erenville. Well, despite the storm's effort to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. New world to explore completed. You have arrived in Tulihyolal. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with the swarthy sailor in Scholar's Harbor in Old Charlian. I'd rather find an Aetherite, actually. What an amazing city, as lively as Ul'dah and even more colorful. Oh yeah, there's definitely heavy Aztec theming going on, especially when considering we're going to be going up. We know from the media tour that we're going to be going up against Quetzalcoatl at some point, or Tritok, as they were known in Final Fantasy VI. According to Erenville, the Vanu I thought I saw belongs to a clan known as the Hanu Hanu. It seems they share more than a physical resemblance. I would ask if the journey tired you, but I'm sure you've endured far worse. Alright, there is supposed to be... What? That's weird. Okay, the currency thing is not working right. What about if I were to... No, it's just a black square. Okay, not sure what's causing that, but we're gonna have to just, You know what? For now, let me, Let's just get rid of it. And I'll deal with it later. Okay, the other thing is, there is supposed to be a new option for... when other players are around. Let me find that thing. Oh, I don't want FSR, I want DLSS. Okay. Guess I should have checked that earlier. Let's see. Yeah, that's for certain. And here's the thing, I did a full reinstall on the game, not just only downloading the patch, because I wanted to make sure there were no errors, but what do you know, there's an error! There was also something I need to find in here, something about here we go, real-time reflections. I need to set that to standard, because they were saying in the patch notes, apparently there's a bug going on related to that right now. If it's set higher than standard, so... Okay, let's try under character settings, or character configuration then. Here we go. Hide nearby players. Yeah, now I can see everyone, including Cryo, who I didn't even know they were there. I wonder what kind of trouble those soldiers are expecting. The nation of Tural. Right then, first things first. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were, so the third promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers. Woklamat, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick. No, sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. They did have a point. Woklamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean, technically? I suggest we move in two groups, so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me, then. Prince, you and Tural can come with me. I'll take the twins, then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Woklamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Ugh. Tural isn't going anywhere. Let's give Woklamat a little more time. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Erenville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Mostly small fishing boats or barges, ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Tural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Wicklamat and Cryle are now accompanying us. And they're talking about conversation points again here, especially since players may not have seen any of them in quite some time. Alright. Hey! There's an Aetherite! Let's go! Now, I said I wanted to get some stuff done, but we're going to do that once we get to the first zone. I want to make sure that I don't get, like, stuck here as everybody else gets in. Alrighty. I'm also hoping I can communicate with my retainers soon here. Oh, wait, right there. That's perfect timing on that. Alright. So, I set them off on adventures before patch. We're getting new role quests, but not class quests. They're done with class quests. Okay, nothing new is unlocked, so let's just go quick exploration then. And we'll do the same here. Quick, actually, no, let me see. Yeah, and actually, I would need to mine things first, if I wanted anything. Alright, one thing I want to do before we get really going here, I'm going to switch over to Alchemist real quick. I did a bit of prep, and we'll talk about... Actually, okay, it's nice seeing what we have access to. Hey, they put the brushes for the Pictomancer under Alchemist, so now they have another purpose. Anyway, I did a bit of prep leading up to this, and I want to see really how much experience I would get from just doing a quick high-quality craft here. 80 durability. Because I have a whole bunch of stuff from Endwalker that I never finished. And if this is able to give me a good bit of experience, this might actually be the best way for me to level up early on here. And thanks for popping in, Armor Graven. Oh yeah, that's quite a bit. Now I'm not going to touch that anymore because rested EXP. But yeah, that's huge right there. I did also get some challenges cleared up as well. I'm doing that though. All right, Cryle. Wandering around this city is so exciting. Unfamiliar wonders everywhere we look. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliol's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they'd most likely have. Oh right, I should mention that here in Tuliol, we buy things with Hell. Currency that the Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your guild. There's also Wachumeki, another market to the east of here. but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. There was a joke that happened back on the live letter about that name. It's slipping my mind right now. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards to up the stairs to a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the look on your faces. Alright. Alright, we have an Aethernet shard right here. That's right, thank you for the reminder there. Alright, where am I going? Oh, over to the Aetherite. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tuliolol. I think I told you before, but my brother, Koana, spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, have one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again, and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Tural. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Lance Guard. Alrighty, so this way. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wook Lamont gets her endless endurance. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Alright, let's keep moving. Where's the next point? Oh, all the way over there. Oh yeah, for sure. Attune, attune, attune! Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliolol and preserving the peace. The Lance Guard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zorolja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawnservant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alize should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Skygate. It's right at the northern end of Telemarch. to the north. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yuk-Hui. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yuk-Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Zak-Tural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar-sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Oh yeah. But getting back to Zak-Tural, those lands are also part of the Tural nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural have been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Zak-Tural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the Rite of Succession is over. So, no later than level 85 or 86, or 95 or 96 then. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawnservant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. I wish we could go there right now. Be patient. I swear that once the throne is mine, that travel permit is yours. What's wrong with taking a ship up there? Oh well. We must have covered half the city by now. Tural is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Alright, we got a coffer with a weapon, but mine is better. So I'll hang on to that for an alt. We head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. And hey there, Alpine. Thanks for tuning in. You have dirigibles too? Tural certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. And once again, they are joining us. Alright, so we are headed back down this way. Really is a great city, that's for certain. Let's pick up the pace. And yes, that is a chicken costume. That... I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of Yokui Temple. The Giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Tural, to appease the god who slumbers in the Great Ocean Trench. After the Yokui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tural. We climb these sets of stairs here, all the way up. Alrighty. Papa's palace is called Volk Shunsa, which roughly translates to Invincible Resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Yeah, definitely has Aztec influences. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. Hey, Lord Samuel, thanks for tuning in. So, this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Tural clans. Mamuja, Zabral, Pelupelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. Okay. We also have Tonowata, Hetzaro, and Chitona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in Tural. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tural. A true representation of Tuliola's diverse character, the adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. Alright, thanks for popping in. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. Huge drum. Ah, over there. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such a huge, such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Ah, the day just changed. Nice. Alright, we are headed over here. Alright, we got an Aetheryte over there. Let me hit that up first. Hey, Reese, keep in mind, it's not a sprint. Enjoy your time getting through the game. Oh yeah, they're definitely keeping with the jazz theme for certain. We'll see how much it sticks around outside the city. But I could get used to hearing this all day. I'll switch back to Warrior. And here are our I'm still not sure if I'm even saying that right. Dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tural. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Kuana brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. Alpaca Keep? Welcome. If it's an alpaca you need, then look no further. Before we get you settled up, I'll need to add your name to our register. It'll make things smoother the next time you need a ride. I'm afraid I can't lend you an alpaca if you can't tell me where you're headed. Okay, so this is like Chocobo Porters then. There is something up here, apparently. Oh, still the same, drum conversation. Okay. Yeah, apparently new rideable animal every expansion, I guess. And then don't forget the Porksies as well. Actually, no, they didn't do Porksy Porters, but... Hearing about dirigibles reminds me of the Exal and their flying vessels. But whereas their designs use several bladders, it seems the Turali craft rely on one large envelope to lift them into the air. Alright, Rooks, have a good night there. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Tural Landgate, but when Papa founded Tural, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. through this gate is Kozamauka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the Rite of Succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozamauka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome four-legged fiends. Fearsome. They seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kryl. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. At some point, we're gonna have to make our way back over here, because I gotta find where the hunt is. Over there. Okay. If you wish to learn the history of Tural, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. Come to think of it, I remember seeing something like this at the Temple of the Fist. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Let's inspect. So each pillar is telling some sort of tale here. Kind of reminds me of one of the tribes back on the first. The Gathering one, if I remember correctly. The one with the little guys that go scree. Anyway, pictures. Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories. Many of them featuring a two-headed Mamuja. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Gululja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliyola Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliyola came to be. Study them as long as you like. Okay. The 4 stones closest to us cover the first half of Papa's travels. Let's start with those. This one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of a Zabral, like me. For decades, the Zabral and the Mamuja were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end the conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tural. There is a clan of Hrothgar in Bosja known as the Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Zabral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozama Uka, which are basically goblins, just moblins over here. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly, the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Kettenram? Ah, that's the one. Kettenram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Kettenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Look, Lamont, this is a random question, but you got any animals here that are over 100 years old? Just a question that might lead to something. Anyway, Lay of Reeds. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu in their village in Kozamuka. Ah, the people Alphino almost mistook for the Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year. Very famous and a lot of fun. You know, this might be selfish, but I don't know. I'd love to see some fireworks during this summer vacation. Anyway, if you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Let's move on. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big fellow is of the Yakhoi, the largest of Tural's peoples. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yok Tural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Zak Tural. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they had conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urkopacha. I've never even seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? This is a blank one. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliola's history, whatever that might be. Oh, this one is my favorite, The Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Verdral, Valagarmanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to its preternatural powers. Aha! So I was right bringing up the 100 years thing. So this thing is an auspice. Tataro described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomena? Valagarmanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned from the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Verdral and sealed it away in the Urkopacha Mountains. I'm going to be stumbling over these names through this whole expansion, aren't I? Despite its reputation, however, Valagarmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliola's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Last one. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is in Urkopacha. They gotta fix that bug with the reflections or whatever. Or the scaling, or whatever it is. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu whose homeland is in Urkopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliola's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Had your fill of history, then? Yes, thank you. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite at a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Alright, we are sprinting. And actually, we are pretty close to the hunt board. Let's get this Aethernet shard. Oh, actually, that's the same one we got before. Okay. Now, do I need to unlock this, or am I just good to go? Okay, can't accept anything just yet. Got it. What a lovely establishment. I'm reminded of the Bismarck in Limsa Luminsa. Have you ever had tacos? So in my meal prep for this, I actually made a whole bunch of taco meat, so I'm ready to go on those. They're a Tural classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Square Enix. I don't... I don't even know if I got that right. Alright. And I need one right in front of me, right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Brook Evil. Legacy of Ruby weapon. Yes, yes, big fat tacos. Also the ultimate weapon. This is Brook Evu, the owner. Don't let his unassuming appearance fool you. When it comes to making tacos, he is the greatest artisan of all in all of Tural. Every dish looks so delicious. At the risk of sounding like Wook Lamont, the mere sight of so much fine cuisine is making me ravenous. You know, there's a certain Graha that appears to be missing from this scene, but I guess we'll see him later on. Come to think of it, he wasn't he there at the ship, seeing us off?
Brook Evo! My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawnservant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
I'm surprised the echo didn't kick in there.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh! Oh!
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh, no.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wook is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Yeah, no question.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor! Glory on your name, brother. And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawnservant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneeveling house cat, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawnservant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiolal. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense. Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
I mean, they can't be that bad.
Enjoying
even
your
though-
tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
I mean, it's not like they stepped directly onto the tacos. They had the outer paper bag covering them. They should still be fine, aside from being a little crushed. Brooke Eva's lovingly made tacos went to waste, and it's all that brutish Bakul Jaja's fault. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tural cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter, or even the eastern side of Talon March if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volak Shunsa. Ah, my poor empty belly. Alright, anything on the map I still need to get? Did I get this over here? I think I did. Okay. So then, what am I missing? I'll hit up the main aetheryte to see. Oh, I guess I didn't get that one then. Okay. There's gonna be one up there, and then... Oh, all the way over there. Sheesh. Alright, I'm gonna assume at some point I'm gonna get sent over there. But for now, let's just make our way up. I guess over here? No? Let's keep up the pace. If there's one reason to keep... if there's one reason to unlock one of the ranged physical classes, it's specifically access to Paleoton, so that you can just keep sprinting over and over. So based on what I heard, the 1, 2, 3 actually didn't get compressed. It's all the other things that combo into other things that got compressed. Okay, that's that. Back to Warrior for the cutscene coming up. Hello, everyone! The food is amazing. Passing Mamuja let us try a fruit called Cherry Moya, and it was just sublime. There are so many narrow, winding streets, but even if you get lost, all you have to do is keep heading up, and you'll arrive at the palace eventually. We saw a two-headed Mamuja on our way over here. Another claimant in the right of succession, according to Aranville. Alright, Wuklama. You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Oh, I could ask Namika to cook me something afterwards. Aranville. Upon speaking to Aranville, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Let's go! I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly corals. I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Right then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for.
Estinian? When did he get here?
Indeed,
What's
when?
the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
I see you, warrior.
It's obvious he has a second head there.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawnservant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! All-tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once. Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Justinian, at some point we need to go south. To Mercidia.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Gona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawnservant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young. And so I look to the always for inspiration. The right of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Tural and find the City of Gold.
A place that apparently doesn't exist needs to be found.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tural. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same, but in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
We don't know too much about Zeral's Jaw. That's the one I'm curious about in this contest. Those look like the same things we saw in the pillars.
Tulishola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
Are there copies for each of them?
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge.
Yeah, that was pretty smart of him.
You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja as successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clement, remember to collect your tablets before you leave.
About Galuf.
You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my order some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawnservant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
Galuf's fate yet.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Quite the crowd is gathered.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this?
I never fully decided, but...
Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
I just wish I knew the competitors more.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
Had circumstances been different, I might have wanted to join Tural. But in any case, I want to see where this journey leads.
So you are committed to your path?
No option to say no there.
I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawnservant's revelation.
You're a claimant as well?
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Serelja. Take heart, tiller of the soil. The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawnservant, has heard your pleas.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Serelja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gulul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
I missed that detail there, actually. Nice
and
catch.
a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions.
Oh?
Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new.
You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawnservant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always.
That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Sharlayan. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants. So, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawnservant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyolan. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your deity.
Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. A pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawnservant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
Not many supporters for Wuklamat, apparently.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turali way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise. I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone. I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Yeah, I guess that could be the case there. Alright, let's see if this sets us free now. Looks like it. Alright. So, Koana, the second promise, is intent on developing his country by means of Sharlayan innovations. Given his background, I suppose it should come as no surprise. Oops. What Alice say? That two-head claimant, Bakul Jaja, treats everyone around him as lesser beings. No doubt he'd try to elevate the Mamulja above other races should he become Dawnservant. Not unlike how the Garlean Empire afforded special status to pure-blood Garleans. I know not what drives Zoralja, but it engulfs him like an inferno. An inferno could mean many things, though, so I'd like a better description. As you just witnessed, Wuklamat has no great army of supporters. Not yet, at least. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tural saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go and take a look. And so we set off. But before we head over there, I'm going to grab the Aetheryte over to the east, because I don't want to leave that hanging. I guess it's down here. And I can't jump it. Okay. Goes all the way around. Drats. Alright, let's pick up the pace then. That series of cutscenes took almost the whole night there. There's the Aetheryte. Oh, script exchange. I don't have access to it yet. Oh, summoning bell. Let me check my, They're complete. Okay. And complete. Ah, okay, that's right. I completely forgot about that. Okay, so I need to level up then before they're going to let me actually level them up. Alright, so in that case, what I want to do, before we proceed, and I know this is a bit of a detour, but I want to see if I can get that level up before we proceed, because I really don't want to hold off on that at all here. So, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and queue in, and then while I'm queued, we're going to go and hand in a bunch of quests that I stored up, and then we'll make our way back over here. Oh! Hey, that was fast. Now, I'm already lined up to get a bunch of challenge logs cleared from this as well. Nice to know tanks are still in need. I guess everybody's gonna be, doing Viper. Let me see if I can grab this. That's a bit far. Alright. Again, we're gonna make this a really quick run. Hopefully this will be enough to level us up here. Between just completing this as well as getting those challenge logs done. And then if not, I've got 29 quests to hand in as well. I also want to get this done before the daily reset happens. If needed, I'll be able to do this again. At least I think it's before then. I can't tell. Ooh, okay, healer. I'm gonna race out to them. They're not responding, but I'm gonna assume that they're good to go here. At least this pull should be easier if they're still doing something. Sucks I can't build my my bar up at this level. At least using my AoE, I can do it using single target attacks. But it'd be easier just doing it with the AoEs instead. Alright, first boss. And we're getting a chance to see what Viper gameplay is like here a little bit. Granted, I have other player effects turned off, but we can still sort of see what the characters are doing. Turn things back just a little bit on the audio. Let's see what that does. Yeah, that's looking a little better on the audio levels there. Alright, first boss down. We're close to the end of this pool, so I'm gonna hold off on using my HP recovery. Aside from that early trouble, the rest of this run seems to be going pretty well. Something I am noticing here is the Vipers don't seem to be as overpowered as we've seen from other new classes. When they were released upon launch. Like, when we go back to, say, Dancer, I mean, that thing was completely overpowered for the amount of damage it was doing in early content. But at least doing this, as long as we get it done before reset, which I believe is what's going to happen here, I should be able to, if I need to, make another run. Later on today. Because my fear is we're going to run into the same thing that happened last time in Endwalker, whereby Yoshi P said that you could get through the whole thing without doing anything extra, and then he was wrong. That you were actually required to do some extra stuff, so I'd like to head that off at the pass here, as it were. And the thing is, I'm actually set up so that if this isn't enough, like I said before, I've got 29 quests to hand in, and frankly, we're going to do that anyway after this. And then I've also got a Wondrous Tales completed at this point, so if for some reason this still isn't enough along the way, after running some other stuff later today, then I will at least be ready to go to just pull that thing out if I need like another half level at like level 97 or 98 or even 99. Just so I can keep things moving here. I don't like having to do this, but I mean, I gotta live by the example that Endwalker set here. At least we're almost done with the dungeon here. And like I said, I really set myself up with a whole bunch of stuff here for today, just to make sure that we're good. Even my crafters, I had crafters and gatherers. I did a bunch of stuff on Tuesday before the servers went down, and we already saw the impact of one of those challenge logs going off. Now, granted, we're basically at the point where challenge logs are not doing as much as they used to now. Because, as we saw, the those are only going to give, like, 1.5 million experience, and I need 13 to get to level 91. So, we will see. I'll go ahead and grab that. I'm trying to get as much as I can from the dungeon, just so that I can trade them in for seals at the Grand Company. Because I expect they probably unlocked material 5.0. But I haven't visited yet to actually verify that. My concern was just getting out of Charlene as quickly as possible this morning here. Huh. They said they adjusted the damage on the gap closers, but apparently not. Getting there. I knew I had to get in there since we have a player down. Alright, let's see. Oh, that was very close to leveling up there. There we go, Commendation did it. Alright, level 91. So in that case, I'm good with holding off on, oops, did not want to use that. I'm good with, holding off on, huh. Yeah, I gotta hand all these in. But I'll hold off on that for just a little bit until we get into the next zone. That makes everyone. Wiplamat, the tablets, if you would. Of course. And we're doing this in the rain. Oh boy. Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? I guess off to the different tribes then. The Dawnservant said we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tural's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tuliyola saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm if we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Ah, so this is how they're going to split the players. Like they've done in pretty much all expansions since Heavensward. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Tural several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. It would be prudent to ensure we prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Okay, to the south. And I believe that's the last Aethernet shard I need. Yes, indeed, that's all of them. That's right. The reservation is under Wuklamot's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Zabalev type. Greetings, visitors to Tural, and welcome to the Ford Cabins. Whenever you're ready, I will show you to your rooms. Alright, wait at the designated location. All the way back over there. I should take the Aethernet, actually. Alright, let me hit up the retainer now. And get at least one of them leveling. Still don't have 91 unlocked, but they're 90 right now, so okay. Oh, right, now that I'm, level 91, this isn't gonna do anything for me anymore, so... let's get that on. Let's see, we are headed over here. Await your companions and embark on the rite of succession? Yes. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Prince. But where are Erenville and Wuk-Lamat, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I'll give you credit for taking initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honored that the Third Promise would seek my advice. I, too, am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. What's this? It is called the Link Pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. Please, ask anything. I'll gladly tell you what I know. What a stroke of luck to forge this connection to the palace. May it be the beginning of a profitable partnership. The Tural saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okhanu, is located in Kozmauka. The other, smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Ukropacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold, and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wachupelu, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurer's instinct of yours to work for us, Prince? Pick our destination. Upon completing this quest, the main scenario will branch into two quest paths. Accepting the quest from the helpful Hanu will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the approachable Pelu, and vice versa. Oh, that's new! They haven't done that in prior expansions. The second quest path will become available from the respective NPC once you have completed the series of quests from the first path. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected by your initial choice of path. Speak with the NPC you prefer and embark on the trail for the rite of succession. Alright, I'm thinking let's start off with the Hanu. The quest to Ukropacha will become available once you have completed this series of quests, beginning with the helpful Hanu. Let's do it! So, what is it you'd like to know? the route to Okhanu. We go south through the Arch of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside the Kazuma River. Is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storms has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing will be quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart, and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing. Thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kazuma Uka, we should head over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Zabalev Tai. It's all been arranged. Okay. Alright, and then what is this blue marker here? A new dawn, a new hunt. Okay. Okay, we actually have to take care of this now then. Alright, so we're gonna make our way over to Labyrinthos. And I am just gonna hand in quests. I don't have too many to hand in here. Most of them are actually over in, Elpis. And I'm just gonna skip through the text so we can get past this here quickly. The quest text is available online through various sources. Looks like we just have 3 more to hand in. At least for this area. And that should open us up enough. Alright, one more. Alright, let's make our way back. I'll drop off the Elpis ones later. Alright, Wings of Protection Scout. You there, you are PrinceBrightstar, are you not? The adventurer from across the water who has been lending the Third Promise his strength? And well met. To tell the truth, I've been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. You're familiar with the Eorzean hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in Tural. And, having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. If you're interested, speak with my associate, Bol Oga. The Zabral is a master of the hunt and administers to the bills in the square overlooking the port. Tell him the Wing of Protection recommends you. Alrighty. And then we'll check out what that is. That looks like the sightseeing log. What do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you've got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You here to sign up? The Wing of Protection recommends you, do they? Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters, and if you're good enough for Wuk-Lamat, you're good enough for us. Pleasure to have you with us, Prince. Suppose I better get down to the introductions. Or maybe I don't need to. The whole idea came from your side of the sea, after all. It was Koana who showed us your ways. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunts work much the same way they do in Eorzea. We put a bounty on those beasts that prove themselves to be an enemy of the people. You kill them and bring us back the proof, you get your reward. While your reputation may precede you, rules are rules, and the rule is I have to test every hopeful out on beginner builds. Can't have every youngling with nothing to his name but a plowshare and a dream of glory skipping merrily across away to his doom. Prove yourself in Tural, and I'll give you some bigger, bitier fish to fry. Dawn Hunt's now accessible. Alright, defeat the monsters described on the bills, and you'll be rewarded. Next set is available at level 94. And we're still doing sacks of nuts. Alrighty. Ah, so we have a leave meat here. Excuse me, sir, but are you a tradesman by chance? You've the hands of someone with a long, storied career. Hands that I would beg you to lend to the good people of Tural. Here we accept petitions for aid on behalf of the Wings of Reflection, be they from the common citizenry or fellow artisans. We use any and all tools of the trade at our disposal to ensure the needs of Tural are met. Apparently it went over my head. Oh, oh wait, I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah, the, still doing, nuts for hunts, so I guess maybe next expansion we'll get something different? Anyway, since its founding, myriad tribes have gathered here unto Tural, commerce flourishing as the years passed. However, as one might expect from such a diverse people, business practices are also varied greatly from tribe to tribe. While there are difficulties in trade we have yet to overcome, a great many troubles were resolved when the Dawnservant established the Wingleaf system. We serve as an intermediary between those who require aid and the tradespeople with the requisite skills needed to fulfill the petitions in the form of leaves. Are you familiar with leaves? Hailing from across the salt, I would assume so. The head reason adopted the system from the guild leaves employed in Eorzea. The leave plates used depict the Dawnservant's journey building this nation, and the lessons learned from his companions along the way, a reminder that only together can we make Tural thrive. Of course, this settlement of solidarity also extends to allies come from abroad, much like you, which is to say, we would be honored to have your assistance. You may now undertake wing leaves. Alright, so, let's go Fieldcraft. Oh yeah, those are new designs. Huh. And I'm gonna need these to level up. How much do I have? I'm gonna need... I guess for now, let me just start with Botanist. And then I'll look to other stuff later on. Oh yeah, I've got that right here, and then let's see. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of survival manuals I gotta use up here. Let me see real quick here. Where do these send us? I think that's going to the other place. Oh, this is a... Oh, okay, this is a map of the whole... Got it. Alright, let's unlock the sightseeing log, and then we will get on our way. No, I think it's upstairs. Let's keep up the pace. A fellow Eorzean, am I right? Do you fancy yourself much of a sightseer? Dear old Milith gave you her journal? My, what a small world. It just so happens that I'm her cousin, Elizabeth Ironheart, at your service. Well, if you've met cousin Milith, I'm sure you can guess why I crossed the salt, as they say. This continent is positively brimming with sights unseen by Eorzean eyes, and I'm here to discover them all. My twin sister and I, that is. You see, I had more interest in Yok, while she was drawn to the vistas in Zack. So, it was that we parted ways at the bridge, each of us touring half of Tural. So give me your sightseeing log, then. Let's see. Oh, how beautiful. I should like to see these places myself someday. Sorry. I was going to just scribble down my notes on Yok Tural. I included what my sister shared with me on Zack Tural, but I'm afraid it isn't much. My twin's name is Emmeline, and she's still wandering about over there. Given your natural affinity for Ironhearts, you'll doubtless run into her someday. Well, I'm sure you've got places to be and vistas to behold. May your journey throughout Tural be bright and unforgettable. Alright, sightseeing log expanded. Alright. These are just regular quests, so we don't need to worry about those. Anything else on the map? I think that's it, so... Let me find the nearest Aetheryte and let's, head out. The Hanu are a friendly folk who should welcome us with open arms. Assuming they are not too preoccupied with recent troubles, that is. Through this gate, and we'll be on our way to, way south to Kozma Uka. I swear that gate gets bigger every time I see it. Considering the size of Galul Jaja, though, I suppose it's better than having it to be too small. I should have liked to observe the festival, but the Hanu are probably not in the mood to celebrate. Are we all ready to leave? Then onward to Kozma Uka. Open the way. Aaronville, give us your speech.
Kozma Uka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road upon which the Dawnservant and his comrades once traveled.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tuliyola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
Alright, so before we do anything here, I need to show you my chocobo. Yeah, he's got a blue plumage now here, if you happen to remember them. And let me give them their favorite food, the Silkus Bud. That boosts their attack up. Alright, we should be ready. There's no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she has Aaronville to keep her from getting lost. For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Alright, now my question is, am I in the right zone for these leaves? I appear to be. Okay, we'll head for the village first. I guess this is a good chance to hear the new battle music, so... Oh! Interesting choice. Ah, everyone has arrived, and none the worse for wear. Except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is the Hanu village I was telling you about. Okanu. I didn't even see them go flying, but okay. Okay, proceed with MSQ and then I'll grab the Aethernet, or Aetherite. I just see that and I'm like worried I'm gonna forget. It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they are still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find this Elector. Oh, Kali! Oh, what now? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the Third Promise and her entourage. I, Zanu Hali, welcome you to Okanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of Elector during the rite of succession. So our idea about the Electors was correct. We do just as Papa said and retrace his path from the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. That's a shame we can't switch over to the other MSQ quest. I'm just joking. Of course, they're gonna... It wouldn't progress this quest line if we did that. Even if we could. Should we poke around a bit, then? We might pick up some clues about the feat. You know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What, you think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who is prone to decisive action, so I expected you to rush first and ask questions later. Or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side, too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawnservant you've seen thus far. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Okanu, then? Do some groundwork before the feat begins? Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Wuklamat has the right of it, as Elder Zanu Hali is a resident of this village. Learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Erenville, Alizé, and Kryl could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wuklamat, Prince, and myself will handle the northern half. Sounds good to me. Alright, in we go. gemstone trader. Well, it's a good thing I already have access to a whole bunch of gemstones saved up from the last expansion. Come to think of it, what do we even have for cooking? Actually, I should check out alchemy now that I think about it. Oh dear, enchanted manganese ink. That is still being used. Oh well, now doesn't this stuff look familiar? I've got other stuff stored with the retainers, as well as in my chocobo saddlebag. Lesser Apollyon shell. Huh. Alright. Why don't we give it a try? And yes, this is one of the posing Rangers outfits. I'm definitely able to hit the target, but no surprise there. Oh, really? Not far enough on the synthesis. Let me take a look at that one more time here. Because that means I'm going to have to adjust my macro now. Alright, let me stop it there. Alright, Veneration. And then I need Groundwork. Yeah, that's what the problem was. Okay. Two Groundworks should get us there. Huh. Sorry, I'm being stubborn about this. I just want to make sure I nip this in the bud early. I think I had enough crafting points left over to do what I'm thinking to fix this. Alright, back to the macro. Alright, so veneration. Yeah, that's usually how I start it for the high-end crafts. I was certainly expecting I would need to adjust something along the way for the lesser crafts, though. All right, so I've got veneration going. Groundwork, how much does that cost me? Groundwork is 18, so that's 36. 36 minus 144. That leaves me with 108 left over. So yeah, I should be able to do this. I'm gonna have to get rid of the echo here. But what I can do instead is action masters mend. Okay, so now where am I in the craft? Okay, so we need the groundwork. And actually, I put that too early in the macro. Okay, so now, do Master's Mend. And then groundwork again. Oh wait, was it just simply that I didn't... Okay, maybe I just didn't drag the thing over to the bar then. Alright, anyway... That's a craft done. Oh, I guess I didn't realize that about the potency. Let me see. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so I do need the durability increase. All right. Anyway, that was a fun little diversion. Let's move on with the MSQ. Vantage point. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. You heard about the storm? I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawnservant sent, we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there is so much else that was lost for good. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than wood and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. Alright, I want to take the path to the west and see about one of those leaves. Now this is kind of a bouncy theme. Let's see. Probably good for at least an extra level here. Okay, it's one of these. Okay, so we need 45 of them. Off to a good start. Hey, an Aether Current! That's right, that's the other thing I gotta do while I'm out here. Is this one all the way at the top? No, wait, it's down there. What do we have here? Okay, I will deal with that in a moment, because that's one of our hunt targets. One away. I need to see where the local nuts vendor is. And just as I thought, I completely forgot to attune. Alright, now we got this place back. Let's see. Over here, bundled reeds. The dry and shrunken bundles suggest the reeds were harvested some time ago. Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu then. Hello, can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. We ought to hurry over too.
No sign of Zorolja, or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Zorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
You made it after all.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawnservant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawnservant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The Feat of Reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
It stands to reason that at some point there's going to be a conflict between the participants in this whole thing, especially if there's only one keystone per electant.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
Alright, look them up. I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves, and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Erinville, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course, follow me. To the east. And right next to our next leave location, actually. Alright, so... we'll go for the thick golden reeds. If I remember correctly, using Blessed Harvest doesn't work on these. I'm missing a bit more than I would like at a 95%. Let's pick this up a little bit here. Granted, really, I should have no problem hitting the target, though, at 320. Yeah, the only thing is, this is a Splendorous tool I have. Oh, actually, that's a regular gathering spot. Let me see what we got here. But I'll agree with you on for mining though. I've already hit the target, so I can just do whatever. Nope, I am sticking right here, because this is where the MSQ is. Alright, look, Lamont. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Give me strength. Let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. As Zanuhali described, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. So my initial question would be related to the flow of water. The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. Okay. Is there perhaps a wild animal trying to eat them? The soil in the paddies is as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry or flaky. Oh my god, that is a teeny tiny frog there! Like the kind I have outside my house. A small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical. Yeah, I think I said that right. It doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. Oh, a water strider. A bit sluggish, though. More of a water shambler. Not amiss with the patties themselves, as far as I can tell. Seen enough? I'll call everyone together, and we can share our discoveries. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? I agree, the waters look to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. Yeah, I would agree on that, Raven. Definitely something seems to be wrong with the plants. Either that or could be a mutation of the plants. frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? Wait a minute. Wasn't there something that happened back in, what's it called? Over in Othard, on the Azim Steppe, where it seemed like the flow of ether had stopped? Could that be what's going on here? We would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there is another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. Last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival. Give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows? Maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. I don't know about that. Is it so strange an idea? I mean, I'll say there could be some merit to it, but we've seen other stuff cause stuff like this before. I also fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seemed unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True. And being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. Why can't I scream at them? Something's blocking the flow of ether! I suppose. Besides, this is Wuklamot's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Okay, that's a valid point. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. In that big building to the north? Let's go and see it. Erenville? There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Alright, back to the village. Yes, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. Inspect the festival boat. You may move the camera. Okay, so it's one of these. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Come on, where is it? Where's the sneaky animal where's the sneaky animal they usually put in these things? Huh. I guess there's nothing this time. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Well, maybe an axolotl or something, I don't know. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire needs of repair. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What's going on here? We were admiring your festival float. It is a shame it's in such a poor state. Due to the recent storm, I gather? Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No ihana. Ihana. That's what the festival is called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined. We're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may give you the strength to work through this tragedy. By the way, how did things go with the end days? Any of those monsters around here that you need taken care of? The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need Abokiksa for the missing eye, Uyopo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of these I know. Abokiksa is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and I am struggling so much with this expansion. Uyopo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however. The winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. Well, lucky for you, I also happen to be a white mage that knows arrow. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. And if we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must be an underlying reason. That must have an underlying reason. The float might also function as an arcane device. Precisely what I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh, Ihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So, if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. And, you know, primals. But hopefully that's no longer a thing. Wait. The float? A tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes, and I promise we do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alice and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okhanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. That's strange. I thought elemental potions no longer worked. The three of us will visit the shipwright then. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linu Hanu. Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu, and certainly, let's all go together. Thanks to Wuk-Lamat, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instincts. shipwright's name is Wook Ivu. He's a Zabral who only moved to Kozama Uka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu Hanu greeting. We wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper Hanu Hanu greeting? Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okbekbe, to the east of here. A proper greeting, huh? Have you, Have you ever seen the Moonlift dance? Yeah, that was a reward for the for completing the Vanu Vanu tribe quest line back in Heavensward. This is Okbekbe, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozama Uka from Tural and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wook Ivu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. If it can be challenging, I should be keeping an eye on the aether currents.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Oho Kali!
Oh, Kali! Good. You brought your manners with you. When in Ukanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before. You're Wook Lamont. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wook. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head!
I will not. Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, all right?
All right then. Consider it forgotten.
How prompt.
We're actually
Interesting
here about
character.
the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit.
I guess this is a running joke with this guy.
What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo. We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola, or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then, let's get moving.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Ihihana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Cave Kikitola is southwest of Okanu. We can return to the village first, then head there on foot. Alright, looks like the last of my leaves is all the way to the east. But like they said, let's go ahead and... Actually, before that, I need to go and check in on my retainer since they've come back. And I might as well hand in these leaves as well. And you know what? Come to think of it, let me head over to New Gridania and see what they need over there. Because I might as well take advantage of that. Okay, let's see here. Most of these should be pretty easy to make up here. I just gotta grab a bunch of stuff here. Let's start with that and let's see what else I need. So, integral... Bracelet of crafting... Okay. This will just take a few minutes here. Okay, that's one. And really, I prepared a whole bunch of stuff, so I would just be able to level up a whole bunch of stuff all together. I didn't want to do things like I did last time, where I just completely rushed the story. There's plenty of time for me to be able to just go through all this and, you know, get other stuff leveled up properly as I'm going along here. Okay. Next is armor. And I need a chondrite alembic. The one thing I might not have is the Psychon Bavorus. Hopefully I can get that off the market fairly cheaply. Okay, next is Goldsmith. And for that, I'm looking for Magic Tech Tuck. Whetstone. Okay. Leather worker. Need a top of scouting. Okay. And then next is going to be Weaver. And for this one, we need a top of striking. I've already got the grade 5 tincture of dexterity. So the only thing left after this is the Psychon. So for that, I'm going to visit Limsa, and that way I can check in on my retainer as well. And then we'll come right back over here and hand everything in. Actually... yeah, I'm fine on that. Alright, retainer. Wait, why are you still at maximum level? Oh, pal. Okay. Okay, got it. So all right, yeah, I never switched him, so I gotta level up Paladin, after the MSQ. That's a shame. That was a change that I missed as I was doing all my planning. Oh well. Okay, back to New Gridania. We'll hand everything in. I thought it was based on your maximum level, but no, it's actually based on class level. So, I won't be too far behind on him though, because I plan to do all my tanks first. So I'll just do Paladin next. Alright. Oh, right, I need the tincture. Oh, okay, I see. Actually, I have the other kind. But I need a tincture. Okay. Luckily, I have what I need. There we go. Let's hand all these over. Oh, right, the seals. Really? They never did a Material 5.0? Huh. Alright, well then I'll go with a 4.0 for now. That's getting each of my crafters half a level here. Alright, Alchemist is level 91 now. Alright. So then, no need to go back to the retainer. Let's, head back to Okanu. And we're gonna have more crafting to do. In a little while, I'm gonna want to grab a bite to eat, and at that time, while I'm chomping away, I'm gonna be doing a bunch of crafting. Just so I'm not wasting my time. Oh, there's the alpaca keep. Southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way. Let us refresh our chocobo. The west, huh? Alright. Let's see where this Aether Current is. There it is. Alright, that would take me even further southwest. Let's meet up with Wuk-Lamont first. Or, New Hanu, rather. Cave Kikitola, as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot Ra Abokiksa by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything that matches that description to me. I shall help scour the insides of the cave, then. You take the west half, and I'll take the east. Alrighty. Upon closer inspection, you find that the glimmer you spied was just light reflecting off the water. You find a chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. It seems like the exact kind of mineral Lina Hanu was looking for. I picked over the ground near the entrance but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave? Yes, this is Abakixa. Along with Kral's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Ihana. But when this big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. That was why you agreed to Wuklamat's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please, rest assured we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the Abakixa into Wook Ivu's waiting hand. That takes us all the way back up. And I'm not concerned about teleportation fees because I've got a stack of Aetheryte tickets. If you haven't been doing your hunts, get on it. That's where you get those tickets from. At least for a Realm Reborn to Stormblood hunts. Technically, you can do Blue Mage as well with the Masked Carnival. And the dungeons as well from that. You do get Alliance Seals from that. But basically, I haven't paid a teleportation fee in years at this point. Thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Uyupo. What of the Abakixa? Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of wings encourages the crops to grow, but not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now, to get to work crafting these pieces for the float, I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyupo's conductivity. Alphino? Or Kryle? Then I'd be delighted to help. Actually, Alphino isn't even here, is he? Everyone else should head back to Okanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. I don't know, I think this could be when Galul Jaja tries to strike. Gathering the Uyuapo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wook Ivo criticized everything I did. Then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself," and proceeded to slam his head into an Uyuapo tree. I told him not to worry about it again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the poles and a new eye. Now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Over there, by the float. Isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Ihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young Clements. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Koana out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds, something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. That sounds like our Koana. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed. As soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Winds Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for Malms. We had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Aaronville's twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've brought the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by Wook Ivo. All that's left is to attach them. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawnservant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? You! Our beloved Ihana, the lifting of wings, is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Wook Lamont, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? That's a good point. I don't think so. And weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me, I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Wuk-Lamat. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozanu Akili, where the sacred likeness of XIV is ensconced. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Ivo has finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wuk-Ivo with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the Stride of the Sun. Then we shall see to clearing it end to end. Honestly, I'd rather not leave that thing unguarded, but okay. As Linuhanu said, Kozanu Akili should be down this way, then off to the east where the path branches, then something about bridges and the Stride of the Sun. Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of XIV. Alright, off we go. Hello, Kryl. I told you, you don't need to watch over me anymore. Pressing further to the east. Alright, this is turning me north. There it is. LSA? Now this is my kind of busy work. Ah, you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of Kixae. The Hanu deity of the harvest? Okay, two of those are funny here. The flying whale would be Bismarck. Yeah, actually, why not Bismarck? A whale? Why a whale of all things? Anyway, it's said that Kixae here was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent? Then mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but should we be getting back to Lina Hanu? He'll want to know the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Meanwhile, in Okanu. Yep, that's what I thought.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Honestly, if she had arrived a few seconds later, yeah, we would have lost an NPC, but he would have been disqualified.
I put everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us.
But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
We could do what the duty calls right now.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts. Lucky for you. Eh.
Honestly, I thought it was going to be a thing of struggling and then...
Two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
It could still happen later where we end up fighting that guy. And we struggle for a moment. But then the memory of Xenos comes around and just wakes us right back up. Anyway, Alphino? Given the nature of the rite of succession, I expect such altercations are inevitable. I'm thankful we made it back before anyone was seriously injured. He waited for us to leave so he could steal the float. A coward and a thief. If I've learned one thing in my life, it's that poor manners often betray poor character. A tense encounter. I'm thankful Alphino thought to share those link pearls. I'm glad we kept the float out of Bakul Jaja's clutches. The gods. He brushed me aside like I was a bothersome gnat. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, I may as well have not been there at all. Nonsense! You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. I think I'll actually take the silver in this case. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Oho Kali. See, I remember. But the chat mode can say, okay. Is it not going? Oh, I need to capitalize it, that's why. I don't know if the Nimian curse made its way over to the New World or not. If it did, then yeah, there's a chance. Oh, let me go back real quick here. Oh, Kelly, the festival's about to begin? What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. Oh, Kelly! What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. Alright, one to go. Oh, Kelly! Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do, what to do. Alright, let's head back. The Hanu were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead, I imagine. That as well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest, but this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promised would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Now that's starting to look a little bit like, actually, no, that's still not... It's not the Moonlift or the Sundrop.
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana. The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Keshaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Yeah. Not quite the fireworks I was expecting. Wow, that's an instant growth formula they got there.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing. To think that such a thing was even possible!
It was too quick to dismiss the idea that the float had arcane properties. I think I wanted to believe that no one knew more about Ihana than me. As it turns out, there are many things I have yet to learn. Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have swept up by festival fever. Have been swept up. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please, feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Connor!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Two winners, huh?
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity.
Called it!
It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuklamat. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
Okay, so there are multiple copies.
So this is what they look like.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
A third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawnservant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
Alright. Where has Bakul Jaja gone, I wonder? And what did his follower mean by their other prospect? I'm curious as to who these Archons the Second Promise mentioned could possibly be. While Koana seems a decent sort, he strikes me as a man who likes to keep others at a distance. Two-headed troubles aside, Wuklamut completed the feat and earned a keystone. That's all that matters. My journey has just started, and already I've met so many wonderful people. Wukivu, for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linu Hanu Hanu. It warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited, thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Zabal Yav Tai. Okay, so that's gonna take us out of the zone, it looks like. There are some other areas that apparently we haven't gone to yet. But this is gonna send us back to Tural. So, before that, what I want to do is I want to head back over to New Gridania. And I want to get the other list I need together. Now, I'm not concerned with Fisher. For Fisher, there are the ocean fishing vessels which are available for that, which will just level me up right to level 90. I'm not concerned with racing that one up. But I do want to continue with Miner and Botanist. Looks like we've already got ambrosial water. Reset for this or reset for something else, Raven? Did I need this stuff for something else? I think I did. But you know what? Worst case, I can just grab more. I'm fine on that. I need alien onions, so for that... Let's see. That sends me over to Ultima Thule. There they are. Oh, this is one of those good nodes. That should be enough. Okay, I thought the daily reset was a little earlier. Then in that case... I guess I could take advantage of it. Alright, level up on Botanist. Guess I could run something real quick here as well. Actually, if I'm gonna do that... Let's go to Radzat Han. I need to get some stones. Oh, that's the new tombstone, tombstone of aesthetics. Interesting look. Anyway, yeah, I could run something real quick here. I guess let me knock this real quick. No, that's gonna take too long, actually. Trial? All of these are saying they need tanks, but... Alright, I'll throw in this one, but we'll have to see how long that actually takes. There's a chance I might miss. Alright, while we're waiting on that, let me craft up what I can. Oh, there it goes. Never mind. And hopefully this run will be less than 25 minutes. Ah, the lunar subterrane. This group should be warmed up. I wanted to give a chance given what happened in the last dungeon. Alright, on to the first boss. I like this where I don't have to move around much. Boss is just about done. Clean up.
Hurry, Golbez! The city is already overrun!
First the villages and now the capital. Nothing is exempt from their avarice.
Fear my wrath! were elsewhere. Cowards! I think not. Will not fall here.
Just looking at the time, it looks like it is going to be pretty close on the reset here.
Will not fall here.
And I'm probably gonna look to want to eat after this before we start the next portion of the MSQ. Oh, that's not good. You know what, they're all dead, and it's gonna be quite a while for me to take this guy down. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm gonna miss the daily reset. Oh well. Just looking here, it looks like player health is pretty low on the DPS, if I'm being honest. Hopefully they figured out what needs to happen here, though, so that we can at least clear this up. Nope. Alright, they're almost down.
That they command such terrible beasts bodes ill. We've no time to lose.
Alright, towards the final boss.
Such destruction. If only we had returned sooner.
Will not fall here.
I dare say we'll be faster if we split up.
We're waiting for the Reaper that's in a cutscene right now. There's no way I'd be able to take this down in the 1 minute I have left before reset, so... Talk about long cutscene. They're already calling out S ranks in the hunt groups. All right, here we go.
So be it. I will fight you with all my strength. Ether to fortify my blade. I need power. Light or dark, it matters not. Such savagery ill suits you.
Yeah, that Reaper is really struggling in here.
You've weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now. Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day. Prepare yourself. It's over, my friend. Weathered this before. Let's see how you fare now.
I got caught on the wrong side of the field.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day. Prepare yourself. It's over, my friend.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that this group isn't performing that well. You wouldn't expect many players to, many of the newer players to be doing this kind of content on a launch day for an expansion with the logging queues as they are. We need to go here.
Even so, I'll not be bested. Not this day. Prepare yourself. It's over, my friend.
Well, yeah, it's not that weird, but I mean, the concept of new players is nothing new in this game. It's why the roulettes exist. It's like all three of them, or at least the two DPS seem to be like that. This fight is definitely taking longer than it should.
Let's see how
I will also say I'm noticing a lack of arrow from the healer. Granted, they've been kind of busy throughout this whole thing. Oh, and one of them just confirmed it was their second time in. Alright. Let's teleport back over to Tural. And we'll go ahead and hand in the last part of this quest. Just so we can say it's finished. Oh, also, that's a, lookout point. That gets you experience as well. Alright. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march onwards to Urkopacha. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic Pelu friend has to say. Alright, that's level 92. And we just earned Damnation and Vengeance Mastery. So, what those are... this reduces damage taken by 40% and delivers an attack. Oh, okay, so it's an upgrade of Vengeance. So 40% instead of 30%. And then is there a time difference? No. But this also gives Primeval Impulse when it expires, which is a healing over time. Okay. And then the trait? Oh, that's just for the upgrade. Alrighty. Cool. Alright, so what I'm gonna do at this point here is I'm gonna put myself by the summoning bell here. And... oh, actually, what is this vendor? Ah, that's where I can use my nuts. Okay. Wild Ride Barding. Oh, they've got the new materia here. The 11 and 12. Nice. Alright, well... let's get the Wild Ride Barding, I guess. And the music. And then I guess I'll grab some of this for... well... nah, I'll hold off on that. Alright. Cool. So, like I said before, I knew at some point I was going to need to grab a bite to eat here. And I believe now is the time to do that. So, basically, I'm going to be a little bit longer than my typical break, so about 5 to 10 minutes this time. But then when I get back, and while I'm chomping down, I'm going to go through a bunch of crafting from Endwalker to try to get some stuff leveled up. And then once I'm done eating, we will proceed with the second part of the MSQ. So, stand by everyone, I will be right back. Alright everyone, I am back, and as I mentioned before, at this point now we're going to be looking at doing a series of crafting here while I work through lunch here. So let's get that going here. So we need to switch over to Alchemist first here. Actually, I never refreshed this, did I? Because I used 20 of them before, so let me see where these are gotten from here. They come from Opus. Okay, alright, let me grab some of those first here. From quarrying. Alright, Opus. A bit to the west of here, actually. Yeah, there should be some trees around that'll let me, restock this. I think, let's see. 14 by... Oh, actually, I need to go east and north. Yeah, here we go. All right, that's it. Back to Tural. Alright, so I want to knock out Alchemist first, and then we'll move on to the other stuff I got. So basically, I'm just going to be going through the list here of everything I haven't done between 81 and 90, and then I'll move on to the next one. We'll see where I actually get with these. Well, actually, this is new. The Integral Magitech paintbrush. I think I'm gonna go ahead and make these when I come across them, just so I have them, since I am gonna be leveling every class. So I might as well get it into my into what I've got for now. Alright, so that does it for what I prepared for Alchemist. Let me switch over to another class since I've still got a little bit more that I need to finish up here for lunch. Alright, with that, I think we're good on that. Let me bring up Alchemist one more time real quick here. And let me just see what happens if I do this. Okay, not quite enough, but I did have that prepared as well. Alright, let me just get a little organization going here. Cool. Alright. So that does it for this little crafting segment. And it is time for us now to move on to the main MSQ once again here. So, back to Warrior. And let us speak to the Pelu. To Urkel Pacha. I've been waiting for what feels like days, and eaten enough of Brook Ivu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkel Pacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkel Pacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Also, before I leave, I should go ahead and refresh my leaves. Okay, so we are headed there by Alpaca, it looks like. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the Alpaca. These animals can traverse Urkopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Tural. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities, and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. Yeah, considering you live here, I'm kind of surprised you feel that way about them. When I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go. A fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I should be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkopacha, then that's what we'll do. Erinville, you're on.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawnservant, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal? Is that a local beverage?
It's an Urcopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Imagine they got their hands on Estinian.
Watranpelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
I am not going to forget this thing this time. This is it. Watranpelo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuk Lamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all this way for the right of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawnservant? Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. I'm gonna bring the audio up a bit. For some reason, the quiet sections are really quiet and the louder sections are loud in this game. Alright. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people. Yes? Finery for our finest lady. That's right. Come, third promise. My well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. Oh no, she is a Stydian! Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Herville, when did you... Ah, a Shitona from far-off Tural. Northern winters are a bitterly cold affair, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu. Let us all take Erenville's words of caution to heart. Wuklamat is lucky to have Erenville. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. I swear, I let her out of my sight for one moment. 'Twould seem the Pelu are also partial to coffee. All these houses and buildings made to Pelu size. And mine, too, come to think of it. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Kryl, Alice, and I will speak with the merchants. Wuklamat, you, and Erenville might try approaching travelers and passerbys. Prince, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. The Dawnservant's Elector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me, I don't much care who sits the throne so long as they keep Tural peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I'd say. Oh, right, yes, you were asking about that Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobli, could probably tell you more about it. So we gotta find Tobli then. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoral Ja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers, in the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoral Ja, or his policies. Alright. Let's pick up the alpaca keep. And on to the last one that we're looking for. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. And that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago, Tobli. That's the head rancher. Was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobli noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Okay. And I've got another marker here, the gemstone trader. Silver Lobo hide. Let's see here. I've got plenty of alumine. Let's do 12. Yeah, now that macro's working the way I need it to work. We'll do 2 more of these. one to go. And then I'll just briefly look at what I've got on my list, if I'm even able to make anything yet. Probably not. I'm probably going to need materials from other crafters first if I want to make anything. Alright, and then... do I have any silk cotton cloth? No, it doesn't look like it. What do you know? Some of the other leather I carried over is actually going to be usable here. Okay. Well, I know where to get that stuff now. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobli is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay a visit before the others return. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobli? Tobli? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobli often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. Though who among us could? Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Heh, so it's like a game. Easy enough, all I have to do is offer Tobli a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobli. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great, we can meet back here to share our impressions. Well, obviously, I'm not Toble. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Toble is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. He's one of the alpacas, isn't he? Am I Toble? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the Third Promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession, then? This guy's pulling my leg, isn't he? You think I might be Toble? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. That might be the guy then. Also, what's this thing? Oh, got it. That's one of the mounts. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. Well, I wish I had been paying attention to the names above their head. I would say the nonchalant. He seemed unconvincing to me, but if that's your choice, then that's who we'll talk to. Toble, I offer you a deal. The truth of who you are in exchange for a tidy sum. What do you say? I say hand over the coin. The truth is, I'm not even a ranch hand. I just like to come by and watch the alpacas. What? You don't even work here? I knew I should have gone with my gut on this one. But now's not the time to mourn wasted coin. We need to regroup and rethink this. Then it's gonna be the other one. The diligent one. Ah, the worker's so intent on stable chores. I have my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Toble, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Toble, head ledger of Wachun Pello, and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Golol Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! In a place featured in the Toliola saga, just as we thought. Though it took more coin than I would have liked to know for certain. She found you out fair and square, Toble. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
You're Tobli.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawnservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example! This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with their catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawnservant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Uklamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
There's no avoiding it.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. As Wooklamat helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Well, that's important information that Zalujad missed. Wonderful. Give me one of those, then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel. In the thousands column. Where can I get the mats? I'll craft it. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. Just call Tataru if you're gonna go that direction, Alpha No. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money, somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel, in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1,000,000? That's 10,000 times more. This is what trading games are all about, or trading sequences are all about. I mean, even in the real world, something like that once happened, where somebody, I think, started with like a paperclip or something, and made their way all the way up to like a house or something like that. We need 10,000 pel, not 1,000,000. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Alphino's 1,000,000 gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal-making. Oh, hello again. Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat like you asked. As long as Wook-Lamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need the extra hands to tend to the alpaca. Gladly, although, Prince, I think you should go with Wook-Lamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing. But I'll leave the wool with Prince anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Alrighty. To the south we go. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end, while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff, and you got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say Third Promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business proper. Tural will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. You'd think a Pelu wouldn't get trapped by something like that. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuk-Lamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors, and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity, and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say? Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yakui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawnservant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddlemaker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tural on the line. And neither will I. We will make you the Dawnservant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Of course, the Weaver. Bolnuk was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him. This is the spot. After Bolnock talked with us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ikuvlo's Inn. Most visitors to Watchun Pillow end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? It looks like we're going to be coming up on a leave here. Alright, looks like all the spots are bunched together here. I should easily hit the target of 160 there. Yep, made it. And then there's another of these just to the southeast. This leave is leading me out of the area here. Well, not completely out of the area, but it's definitely leading me around. If this pattern were to continue, I'd say I was gonna head over there. Apparently not. That's it. Alright, so that's 2 leaves done. Now we can head for that inn. Can I have that basket, Prince? Let's hand it over. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Old Nook, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal? Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledged to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bullknock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, third promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Prince remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you had with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading. One which you've instinctively mastered. You'd think so? I know so. Now, let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Prince, you take the poncho. If I lost it somewhere, Ernville would never let me hear the end of it. All set? Our next deal is waiting to be found. Okay, so a new interface for this whole thing. Success, you traded 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for a 500 pel wool poncho. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We'd look for a person without a poncho, and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamuja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or Sellsword. Mamuja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamuja carrying arms can be struck off the list. That Mamuja is armed. Could be a Dupro courier. I've seen them flying their wyvers, and those types aren't fond of excessive clothing either. That's the Landsguard, probably dropped by the inn to take a break between patrols. Let's see, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon? Oh, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here, and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tural, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it, if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh ho, from 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? Success! You traded a 500 pel wool poncho for a 1,000 pel hatchet. Well done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Let's begin the alpaca ride. And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for writing, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way to Tural? I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Warkor Zomor. A foreboding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yokhui. So Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. I just saw it. Yep. Cactuar. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikuvlo's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Thank you, Chris. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawnservant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Toble took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wuklamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Mitblu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's get to bargaining. You have that little axe for me? Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade, if you're interested. Well, well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan. The razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column. The same price as the hatchet. The deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wook Lamont. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair, given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this, then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Koana's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Prince and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Alright, so we head off to the fields, which is to the north. Ah, there's an aether current up there. I should go grab that. brought me some leaves then? An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it is time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate? Bought at the shop, one sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave to them yet? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawnservant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli had the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next, then? We try to trade our leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Koana and Zoralja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wuk-Lamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Success! You traded a 1,000 pel hatchet for a 5,000 pel sack of top-grade mate leaves. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. All the way back over there. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Goblet. Even among his fellow distillers, he is regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Prince, perhaps Wuk-Lamat could do the same at the entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. There's not much I can say about Goblet, but I can tell you what Goblet's been saying. The other day, he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his products. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. You can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. Me? I'm a chef of Tural. I often come here to buy Goblet's mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. So I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less, potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Other side. Goblin might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. Alright, to the west now. So, what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Goblet is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wuk-Lamat. Alright, up we go. Here we are. You have business with me, sir? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpacas from his work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. We are in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal. Assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal, just like that. Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? He's trying to soften us up to buy some of the stuff. Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? How about the monsters in the agave field? Let's hold on to that one. We need to consider our timing. Hubigo chef's distaste for strong drink? I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. You're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Do we offer to cull the monsters, causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit. I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity, if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volok Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime supply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for the court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bol Nuck, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolial. As a supporter of Wook Lamont and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I'd be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factor in that saved expense, and an introduction to the trusted weaver. This is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Prince and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bol Nuck. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wunchupello. Be safe. Alrighty, let's make our way over to those fields. That should be Agave Jaws, just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests. I gotta say, I'm loving the look of the areas in this expansion so far. So I just realized they changed how Inner Chaos looks when it's striking. It used to be sort of a backhand upward swing. Not sure I feel about the change. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. This place had an 8th rate. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. There you go. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Goblet. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Bull Nook, as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, third promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Success, you've traded a 5,000 pel sack of top-grade mate leaves for a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal. Even at the palace, I don't think I have held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiations. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoral Ja, I can't go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started out with only a few hundred pel basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Success, you've traded a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for a taming saddle. They're gonna bring this UI back at some point after the MSQ, aren't they? I could see them making it as part of Hildebrand. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out our wild-born friend so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. And something I can't help you with. Great sunken gods, I did it. He hardly seems bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wuklamot's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zerolja, he's back. Oh, one with a golden fleece! Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the First Promise exceeds yours, Wuklamot. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tural all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. "'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulul Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the First Promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tural, but this star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done. Well done indeed. The First Promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me, or even Kuana. It's like we're not even family. Alright, Wuklamut, you have a job to do. I could never agree with Zeralja. I want Tural to be a land of peace, now and always. I'll ponder Zeralja and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orankanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamut off on her hunt. All the way to the northwest there, huh? Okay, that's one of the hunt targets I need. I need a second, okay. There we go. I can do this. I know I can. Cheer on Wuklamot as she marshals her courage to attempt the harrowing task of capturing a wild alpaca. Alright, cheer.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuklamot is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
They did it!
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Alright. So I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Knowing the Pelu Pelu. Wuklamat still seems a bit uneasy on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. Now, the quickest way back home is through the Aetheryte. Oh, are they already in there? Yes, they are. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea. Then Wuklamat can't be that far behind. Ooh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes. There is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Ja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tural, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. But along came the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawnservant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yakui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu from the Yakui subjugation. He then turned an apprising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. That's 2 down. 5 more to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I've learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuk-Lamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Totally. I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my ward lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you've found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Toble. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yokoi. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Tural and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokoi have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated? We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Cryle, I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Tural around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago? Right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawnservant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. The earring being a regular seller. Okay, that confused me for a second there. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tural and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawnservant. So make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zeralja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuk-Lamat, everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Now, this might be a weird thought, but Zeralja, we know his father, but who is his mother? And the only reason I asked that is, you know, the Garlean line with Emmett Selk, and then his son and grandson, Xenos. Is there any chance that happened over here as well? And maybe that's why Kryl saw him bathed in flame? It's just a thought. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belts, even if my victory pales beside Zeralja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zibalyavtai with us. The contest has hardly begun. Alright, we are making our way back to Tulioliol. You know, I need to hand in those leaves. And before we start into another portion of the MSQ, I might want to see what I can do to get my miner up a level here. Because it's got to be getting close. Yeah, it's like halfway there. Yeah, because I do at least want to get the one retainer I have going on leveling up. Let's see here. Now, I know eventually the scripts are going to open up, and that'll be a good way to keep things going for crafters. Oh, hey, an Aether Current. But I want to... I still want to, you know, keep making progress where I can. This doesn't work, right? Oh, it does! Well, that changes things, because that moves me along much quicker now. Take a cordial. And again. Alright, that's it. No, we are not returning. We're gonna head to the northwest. And go do the other one. Also, there's one right there, apparently. Just about to the spot. Now, I'm hoping once we get back to Tural, that the first dungeon won't be far from that point. I would love to get that cleared. Oh, there's an aether current down there. I'll grab that in a moment. That was... Yeah, I just got 100% spirit bond. Let me... extract. Okay, that's just a rank 9. Still useful, though. Oh my goodness, a whole bunch of stuff is, getting to 100% here. I guess it was that time. Hey, level 91. Revisit. What does that trait do? After exhausting a gathering point's resources, occasionally restores all integrity and gathering attempts. Gathering points is also fully restored, but all gatherer effects expire. Effect cannot be triggered by certain gathering points, such as those found in Leaf Quests. Okay, that makes sense. And then the other one is Collector's High Standard. Occasionally upgrades Collector's Standard to Collector's High Standard, guaranteeing Brazen Prospector increases collectability with maximum effectiveness. Chance of Meticulous Prospector does not affect integrity. Is increased by 40%. Okay. Revisit could actually be really useful. Alright, one left. I've already met the quota. And the thing is, I don't think I'm gonna need to, replace this gear anytime soon, because I've got fully melded gathering gear here. As well as crafted, aside from first and second hand tools. Same thing as a moment before. This time we just have 4 points to hit. And we should be able to easily hit it from here. Really? 85% fails. What was that? 3 times? Okay. No reason to take the risk then. Alright, let's head back. All this should get me another half level, I think. Alright, that's good for now. Now then, let me send you out. Okay, you don't have access yet, so we'll do 199 versus... No, quick exploration is better. Look at us. The contest has barely begun, and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. We've now won keystones from both the Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one? So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Guloljaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the giants next. Like Kryl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yakui is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Kazuma Uka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we call on the Moblins first, then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of wee wingless. The great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? Any other races we want to hit up first? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course, who do you take me for? He's gonna get us there by boat, isn't he? And as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let us make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropli, did I? He's the man in charge of Wachu Meki Meki, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Let's go then! Ready? The markets of Wachu Meki Meki are to the east, on the other side of the Bayside Bevy. Alright, Wuklamat is accompanying us. Oh, we would have gone over there eventually. Okay. This is Auntie's Tacos, named for its owner here. the lovely Tisol. If you're after the best tacos in Tural, this place sits at the top with Zvaljavtai. You say that, Third Promise, but you only ever eat at Brook Iva's. You only ever eat old Brook Iva's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, T-Soul. It's been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. My, the Third Promise. How might I assist you this fine morning? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, were we? Something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tural's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Prince, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought him here to meet you, actually. Thought he might have reason to visit Wachumeki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. A pleasure to meet you, Prince. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. I've seen that man somewhere before. He was there on the boat with us. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fanjan? Tane? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering around. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say, he ran away. And we're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link pearl if you find him first. Alright, still don't have approval. Let's try to find where they went. All the way back over there. Okay. You know what, I'm thinking, while we're here, this may be a good time for me to hand in those quests that I have from other places. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. First to Ilmeg. Hand in some quests from the fairies. Doing this will ultimately get me closer to the Aetheryte in the end, so it works out. And yes, these quests were worth about 1.5 times the ones from Endwalker in terms of experience. So it was definitely worth it. All right, to Thavnair. Over to the writers. The hippo riders, that is. Yeah, these quests are worth 1 million experience. So even right now, they're technically worth doing. In fact, I might as well grab them while I'm here. One of them has me grabbing a hippo cart, so let me go ahead and do that. We won't do the fairy ones, though. It was worth it in the prep, but not here. Okay, one left. That's one quest. Alright, we're making a detour to the Great Work. That's right, this is the one where we need to clean up the hippo. That quest is done. One to go. And this should be enough to push us actually to level 93 now. And then we just gotta head over to Elpis and hand in a bunch. Oh, hey, a B rank. Why not? Yeah, that's a B rank. Okay. There we go, 100 sacks of nuts. Alright, back down to the Hippo Riders. Real quick, I'm just curious what we've got here. Okay, so looks like there's a new type of cloth out there. Okay. Yeah, I'm not crafting anything right now. My interest is just in a quick look at that list there. Level 93. Alrighty. Let's move on back. Or actually to Elpis we need to go to. Got a whole sequence of quests to hand in here. Again, I can just look at the text for these quests later on. My interest is in getting this done as quickly as possible. Yeah, just checking if I can hand any of these in on one of my crafters. I can't. So many quests to hand in, but we're getting there. Okay, the rest are located down here. And the thing is, this is nice because it's also going to give me gear that I can either give to my Viper class or to the Pictomancer class. And the thing is, I'm still saving some of the quests in the area. And the reason I'm hanging on to them is specifically because we've also got Beastmaster coming several patches down the road. And we have no idea what level it's starting from. It could start from level 1 for all we know. Okay, that's it. Let's head back. Alright, so we gotta find that person now. It's actually quite a wide area. There's the taco guy. There they are. You were conversing with Master Rupley. But wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. You found him? Good, I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Rupley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain! Do not! Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You're too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tural, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ul'dah, Eshtame's Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking, mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find fresh beginnings on new shores. Yet as you witnessed, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright then. You offered a morsel, you served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then, you have experience with my predicament? Feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Where have I heard this before? Imposter syndrome. That's what I'm thinking of. Well, when you put it that way, Not me. I'm Wook Lamont, third promise of Tural. Daughter of the Dawnservant. Oh, of course. You're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptiveness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? You can't measure your worth by the success of others. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft, as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. Goldsmithing is hard. Who's to say you wouldn't be better at a different disciple of hand job? What is truly important? Oh, sorry, Prince. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance. I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Roughly. Put some of this stuff away. Alright, we did get the, this song before. Oh. Now we can use it. And the Wild Ride Barding. What does this even look like? I need Wild Ride, not Wild Rose. I guess we won't see it until we go back outside the city. 'Twas kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Pray, accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fonjontaine, and I am a goldsmith from Ul'dah in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachumeki, if you will have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wachumeki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Rupley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of a Wachumeki artisan. Oh ho, it is as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fonjontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Erenville waiting. Okay, no unlocking the crafting stuff yet, then. Okay, we are headed over here, then. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Look there. That is my big plan. Ha! Called it. What is that? It's Punuti. Punuti. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. First alpacas, now Panutis. We're relying on a lot of animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide, then. But did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kazumauka rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tural now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Kona. Namateo. Traveling up the river, I presume? Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Thancred and Orange. What are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the studio. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Skull Arc, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. You realize Thancred's Aether doesn't... Never mind. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. Okay, so you two are there as a package then. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magic tech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tural spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Never have we striven to preserve peace. We're in our place, if not here and now. We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Orange at times, but is surprisingly... That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Woklamat are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kona, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boat. But I trust the route Ironville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the Punuti to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Cryo will stand on guard with Prince. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphino. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. And I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat whenever you're ready. Let the hunt begin. If you, yep, Timu. Okay, first dungeon is unlocked. I am not even gonna try that again. Oh my goodness. All right. I wish we had Oriange. I would rather have him as a healer than Alphino, if I'm being honest.
Let's get to it.
It would be a pleasure as
I
always.
won't let you down.
All right, we go in. There we go. There's a boat like ours up ahead. Could it be Zeralja or Oh Gods? kind of surprised that we don't have Alice in the party here. Given that Wuklamat is, you know, a warrior.
Take that!
We're in for some rain, it seems. That is Bakul Jaja ahead of us. Be ready for anything. Yes, come closer. We have something for you. A gift, courtesy of the blessed siblings.
You cannot stop us!
Yeah, this is not going to plan. We'll just have to improvise. The harness. Afraid of a fair fight? See you upriver if you make it that far. He's broken the boat. Crippling our boat was a cowardly move. Erinville, we're losing speed. The harness is broken. I'm sorry, but we have to pull over to the bank. We won't be going anywhere until we can make repairs. See if there's a route overland. We'll try to catch up to you later. And the first boss is one of these guys. We just had one pulling our boat, and now it's attacking us. Alright, it's doing a press attack, so I gotta get out of there. Nope, it actually hit everyone. Okay. That's quite the series of things to happen there. he's doing his resurface attack again. Okay, that went a bit better that time.
Are you all right?
Just about have it down. There we go. Let's see if we're able to double pull. It's been iffy in the past if you're able to or not with these guys. Up we go! What strange happenstance? Have some misfortune befallen the vessel? Ah! They sealed things off. Oh, there we go. Apologies, friends. It seems you'll be taking the long way around. Ah, slime clones, huh? Not that powerful, though. we go again. On to the second boss, Drowsy. Well, come on, how did you do that? When you're, you know, a warrior? Over here. Should still be good over here. Ah, more of the clones, apparently.
Try this!
This should be good. And this should be good. And down goes Drowsy. Up one more time. I just realized I didn't have my food on. Oh, these are the funny guys that drag their pots along the ground.
Now I'll show you.
Whoops, went backwards. Whatever they're talking about, I guess we'll fight that, at the end here. I was about to say Alpha Noah had better make with the healing, but he finally caught up, so. Apollyon. Alrighty, let's get this started here. Apparently, we're not the only thing that wants this dead. Or the only ones that want this thing dead. Ah, so this guy has a soft enrage then? That's a shame. I thought I had more time on that one.
No holding back!
Somebody want to pop a limit?
Now I'll show you!
There we go. Hey, level up. I think that's 94 now. I hope Alizé and Erenville are alright. That's the biggest bug I've ever seen. Well, Kona has gotten ahead of us now.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traverse were dug by the Yokoi in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. While I appreciate the lesson, O wise guide, are we landing this boat anytime soon? Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. No, no more boats. Are you? Oh, you're not all right. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. There is a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who have ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk, Wuklamut? We can rest along the way, too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. Wuklamat. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on. I'll follow. Very well. But if I might say one thing. Just because you're a promise or a Clement for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please, don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. But Kryl, leading on others is a skill all leaders require. You as well, Prince? I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. What is a commander without people to command? Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting. That admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others. Ah, so we're in the southern part of this now. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Then let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire, and there's meal preparation to be done.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawnservant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding, but the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
I already said that last time, so why do you want the throne?
Why? Because my father built a nation where everyone can live in peace, and I want to keep it that way. I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali, and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamat, but you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Meanwhile, in the Second Promises camp.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Bardessian. And then, there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If he's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I've any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better, and I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach.
You just had to bring that up. Hear, feel, think.
But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawnservant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Meanwhile, with the first promise...
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawnservant.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention, when I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
Earlier with Bakul Jaja.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all. I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be a shame to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that? We care only about the contest and proving our superiority. That would surely please Mother and Father. Yes, and when we become Dawnservant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our king to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. But do it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet, somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind. My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
Alrighty. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better. Will be better. For myself and for my people. Alright, so we may now enter that dungeon with a party of NPCs. Alright, let me go ahead and hit up the Aetherite here. Alright, and so with that, at this point, I'm going to be winding down the MSQ for now. Now, we're not done just quite yet here. As you saw earlier, I have a whole bunch of crafting I want to get done to try to get things leveled up. So that's basically going to be what the rest of this stream is going to be, especially since I've been going for almost 11 hours at this point here. I woke up at 4 a.m. and what do you know, it's about 12 hours later at this point here. So yeah, at this point I want to just kind of take things a little easier for the rest of the stream, and then when we resume, either late tonight or early tomorrow, that's when we'll pick up the MSQ again. But for now, let's go ahead and make our way back over to Tural, so I can get that crafting done. I might also do some leaves as well. We'll see. I'm also thinking potentially of maybe even grabbing my paladin weapon just so I can get that going as well. But at least initially here, I'm going to start with crafting. So let's get over here to the summoning bell and let us craft away. All right. So start with woodworking. I gotta grab my stuff out of the chocobo saddlebag again. Actually, before that, let me throw some more stuff on the retainer here. And they've also got a quest complete as well, so. Alright, quick exploration. Okay, we're just getting rid of stuff we're not going to need for the time being. Okay, and let's just move some of this over. Perfect. Okay, now let me grab the stuff out of the chocobo saddlebag. Oh, we got a, you know what, it's fine. It's fine. We don't need to worry about that. Well, then again, the call did just go out. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I want to focus on getting this crafting done. Now, one thing I'm not sure about is the high rank crafts, if those are worth any experience. They might not be, but I do want to give one of them a try here. So let's see. We'll go armorer, and then look at it over here. Oh, that's... okay, I think this is on one of my retainers, actually. What I still need. Yeah, right here. The grade 8 stuff. Okay, let's see how this does. Have food. And that. And let's see if we get any experience from this, because if not, then we're going to abandon this quickly. Okay. Any experience? Yes. I did get some experience. Okay. So then this is worth it. And for this high-level stuff, I'm just gonna go until I can't make any more. I know I don't have as many materials as I do for the other stuff. Okay, now that I've confirmed that, let's also... Let's see, what do I actually have? Yeah, okay, good. So, let me bring out my Paladin Retainer here. Nope, not Gyros. And I am going to go under their gear. I'm gonna grab my, Manderville stuff. And I'm going to look to queue up. Since there's so much stuff that apparently needs to get done here. And I mean, it's important that I work on getting these materials because they're good for the materia that's new. Okay, so it's instant right now. Best not to waste that. But right now we're basically three levels or 2 levels ahead on Warrior, so I think that's a good spot, at least for the time being. So I can dump some into Paladin now. Vanaspati.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavnir. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
And I'm not so concerned about the food, just because that's going to get replaced pretty quickly by new culinary food once I hit max level, most likely. And I got like a whole stack of that to go through anyway.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
On to the first boss. Alright, first boss is down.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
I will say I haven't played Paladin since they redid it back during, I think it was 6.3, so some of what's happening here is a little confusing because I'm not getting the whole complete your combo, but maybe that's by design and I've forgotten that. I just remember there being more steps than this right here. Okay, on to the second boss. Alright, boss number 2 is down. Alright, final boss of the dungeon. Come the meteors. say, we got a top-tier healer in here, that's for certain. Alright, dungeon done! Alright, since I did hit, level 94, let me see here. Okay, so I actually can't access that until, I guess I progress, the MSQ a bit more, even though I do have the level for it at this point. Okay. Okay, let me queue again. This time we'll hit up, the Alliance raid. Yeah, that's got a bit more of a weight on it. Okay, so while we're waiting on that, we'll go ahead and switch back. And we'll craft away. Now, something else I will note here is, at this point, I am way past 10 hours in terms of this stream. I'm at about 11 and a half now. And I believe YouTube has a limit on how long streams are supposed to be. If that is the case, I do have a local recording going that I'll just be able to upload, just in case people are unable to view this stream for some reason. I'm not quite sure what the problem would be, if I'm being honest here. Just simply because I've seen other videos and streams last longer than, say, 12 hours without a problem. But yeah, this is the kind of content I want to add in going forward for Final Fantasy XIV, rather than just the complete focus on the MSQ. I don't know if this is going to attract more viewers, but it's something I wanted to add back in, really ever since I became an Omni-crafter. But, you know, the whole thing with the content ID that happened back in Shadowbringers that caused me to drop a bunch of other extra content, it kind of prevented me from doing that. But now, I'm just you know, full steam ahead here at this point. Garnet cotton. I think I've got some of that somewhere. Just not on me right now. And this macro here, I'm pretty much able to do anything that I want with this macro. Okay, so that has popped. Let's finish the craft and then we'll hop in there. Also, I need to be using these engineering manuals and such. Apparently we're waiting for another player now, so we'll go back over here. We'll do a shorter craft. Oh, there we go. You can never tell with these alliance raids. Also, apparently there's something going on with Circus Tower, so let's hope we don't get that one. Okay, that's fine. Lost City of Mog. Or Weeping City, rather. Or I suppose this could be, since I don't know how many players have done this recently, it could be Wiping City. That was the name we used to give it for when Ozma came up, but actually most players are probably able to handle that these days. How do I lose my targeting on that? Again, this group is going so fast, we might be done with most bosses before they're even a problem. I mean, look at... Yeah, I guess this should be expected, all the Pictomancer and Viper spam we got in here. We have one Dancer, and that's the only other DPS we have in here. Okay, so maybe those new classes actually are overpowered then, and I was wrong from earlier. Run through and get everybody free. There's a bug that's supposed to come down at some point. Or no, it's this stuff, I think. Or maybe it is the spitting spider. Yeah, it's the spitting spider. Okay. Oh yeah, all the Viper debuffs there. Still not quite enough DPS to finish off the boss, though. We were about 2% away. The next boss is where I expect a lot of people to die if they don't know the mechanic. That's not quite the instruction. You want to be a half zombie when Mega Death goes off. Frankly, the easiest way to handle this battle is just simply to be a half zombie throughout the whole thing. Triangles go together, or Doritos as some people call them. Okay, on to add phase. Okay, yeah, I thought for a moment there, Alliance A didn't know about... Nope, they don't! Alliance A just cleaved half the raid. Mortal Ray! Healers need to recognize. Selena needs to recognize to Asuna themselves. They did not. Alright, again, stay half zombie through the rest of the fight. As Mega Death comes after, let's see who knows how this goes. Looks like it was 5 people that didn't know how this goes. Unfortunately, Alliance C has no healers up. Are we learning? We are not. Oh well, boss is almost down. And that's a problem. Sorry, healers. Come to think of it, I got some material I gotta pull off some gear from earlier. This fight is all about going to your sections so that the middle team can do what they gotta do. Alright, we should be good. Alright, on to Ozma. I hope I can remember this fight. It's been a while. Ah, somebody fell. Classic. don't know that. Okay, I see what happened. Triangle, that's a straight attack. Whee! Oh, I think a good number of players fell for the assimilation. That's staying. Somebody else needs to intercept. Not exactly the best place to stick that. Triangle, get out. Finish it. I will say, with the patch, the textures on the ground look a whole lot better now. Looks like most players know how to deal with this. Got a little too close. Oh well.